Hello and welcome to the 49th Prix de Lausanne 2021. My name is Kathryn Bradney and I am proud to be the Artistic and Executive Director of the Prix de Lausanne. This year's competition is exceptionally a video edition because of the current worldwide COVID pandemic. This is an extremely difficult time for dancers and artists around the world. In these past months, it has been so inspiring to witness the determination, perseverance, and courage of these young dancers during these challenging times. We are grateful today to be able to hold this exceptional event online through our traditional live streaming with ARTE concert and Mediaprofil, and thanks to our faithful benefactors, as well as the local authorities' diligent support through this complex process. We are therefore thrilled to provide this video edition competition that brings us here in Switzerland at the Lausanne Palace in the beautiful Salon Richemont. Present here with me at a very safe distance and masked are 9 internationally renowned jury members who will be working in a live streaming atmosphere, evaluating the videos of our amazing 78 selected candidates from 20 different countries. Our mission and goals are indeed to put these remarkable dancers in contact with our internationally renowned partners so they can receive an offer and a place in these schools and companies for the next 2021-2022 season. This year's candidates have received financial support from the Prix de Lausanne to be able to film their videos in the best possible conditions. Every selected candidate will be able to demonstrate their talent and compete for a scholarship or apprenticeship via video. A ballet class, as well as classical and contemporary variations, will be evaluated and marked separately during this entire week. As in previous years, 20 finalists will be selected and judged at the end of the week, before the winner's announcement during the finals on Saturday, February 6th, 2021. I am inviting you to follow us through this whole exciting week. I hope you will enjoy discovering our new Young Creation Award, a choreographic competition that will take place this Wednesday. All of the information is on our website, www.prixdelausanne.org, with the live stream player on our homepage. You will also be able to vote during the finals this Saturday for your favorite candidate and contribute to our crowdfunding platform through our website. The funds collected will be sent as financial help to the winner. Before starting today, I would like to introduce the commentators who will be guiding you through this 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition. Cinthia Labaronne, a former principal dancer with the Basel Ballet, a freelance teacher, and a coach for the Prix de Lausanne since 2015. And Jason Beechey, professor and rector of the Palooka University of Dance in Dresden, as well as the Prix de Lausanne's commentator since 2015. Welcome to both of you, and thank you for being here with us, Jason and Cinthia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, Kathy. It is a real pleasure to be here with you, Jason. I'm sure it will be a very exciting week. And we're going to be together for the 6 next days.
Exactly. And it's also my pleasure to be here with you, Cinthia, and with all of our viewers who are watching this very special video edition. And we will do our best to bring you to capture all of the talent that we're going to see in the new Young Creation Award. And I think I would love if Kathy now, we can pass the word back to Kathy and she can introduce us to our jury. Kathy, back to you.
It's my pleasure to welcome the president of the jury, Mr. Richard Wheelock. Richard is the head choreographer and director of the Basel Ballet for 20 years now. His variations are part of the Prix de Lausanne repertory since 2014, and I thank him for being here with us. Jason, can you introduce the vice president of the jury?
Yes, and we're very honored to have with us this year as Vice President Claire-Marie Oster. She is the head of the ballet department at the Royal Swedish Ballet School and étoile of the Paris Opera Ballet.
And with us, Armando Braswell, Director, Brussels Arts Center, Contemporary Dance Teacher, Prix de Lausanne 2020.
And the next jury member is Kin Soon Chan. He is the director of the dance company Théâtre St. Gallen in Switzerland, choreographer, stage and costume designer.
And the next jury member, Nicolas Leriche, Artistic Director, Royal Swedish Ballet, Étoile Paris Opéra Ballet.
And next we have Sarawani Tanatanit. She is an international guest artist and the founder of the Host BKK Arts Center in Thailand, and she is a prize winner from the Prix de Lausanne in 2001.
And the next jury, Samuel Wursten, Director of the Holland Dance Festival and of the BAMA Dance Program at Zurich Arts University.
And the next jury member is Mirna Kamara, guest artist and teacher. She is a former principal dancer of the Miami City Ballet, a former dancer with the New York City Ballet, and she is director and dancer in Ballet Extreme.
And the last member of the jury, Isan Rustem, resident choreographer, Northwest Dance Project, former dancer, Ballet Theatre, Munich. And that's complete our jury.
Yeah. No, I would like to thank here also all of the jury members for donating their time for the week for this very special edition. And I think we'd now like to pass the word back to Kathy, and you can tell all of our spectators how the week will run.
Yes. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you, Cinthia and Jason. And now it's time to start the 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition. You will now see a world map with the information about the first 10 candidates that we will be seeing. And then you will be seeing the candidates' ballet classes that the jury will be judging from Monday to Thursday. Please enjoy.
Hi, my name is Nicole Liu, and I'm so excited to be selected for the 2021 Prix de Lausanne.
Hello, my name is Yerin Kim from South Korea. I'm so glad to participate in 2021 Prix de Lausanne.
My name is Airi Kobayashi. I'm from Japan. 小さい頃からローザンヌに行きたかった夢が叶ってとても嬉しいです。楽しんで踊りたいです。頑張ります。
Hi, my name is Kira Hall. I am 15 years old and I am really excited to be part of the 2021 Prix de Lausanne.
My name is Keita Marie Vuoma. I'm 15 years old dancer from Latvia. I'm grateful to be selected for the Prix de Lausanne 2021.
And there's come the first video, the youngest one, Sartini Ana Luisa, 101, 15 years old, and she's from Brazil, from the school Ballet Vortice.
I'm very looking So we are watching here the video of the youngest candidate this year, Ana Luisa Sartini from Brazil. And I think it's going to be very interesting for us and our viewers this year because we're going to actually discover 78 different classes.
Yes, that's a lot of classes, and I'm sure it's a lot of different styles everywhere because there are students coming from everywhere, and that will be very interesting, I think.
Yeah. So we're actually able to make some commentary here as we're discovering these dancers. The jury cannot hear us. Our commentary is not played into the room where the jury is. We can see a very talented young lady here.
Yes, she has beautiful extensions. We can saw that, and wow, and the bar, the exercise in the bar, they are quite nice because they have a nice dynamic.
Yes. No, has a nice dynamic, a nice energy, and yes, as we can see, beautiful, lovely extensions.
And she's very tall for her age.
Yes, she's 165 tall.
165.
As we've just seen, she has a beautiful natural turn.
Yeah, the technique for the turn is perfect. She can manage turns en dehors, turns en dedans, tombées piquées.
Yeah, has a very nice natural ease of movement. And we also had a quick peek there, as we can see the jury all with distance, with their masks on, all
very
discovering.
concentrated.
Yeah. and that was our first candidate, the youngest candidate this year, Ana Luisa Sartini from Brazil. And as we had the chance to discover in class, she had some beautiful natural turns
Yes.
on demi-point, on point.
As well as extension. And this is, in general, when we have a very high extension, we are not always natural turning. And now she managed both of them. So very
Yeah.
nice. As well on point shoes.
Exactly. No, she had a very nice. And we're going to have a chance here to have another look at her again. From each candidate, one of the exercises has been selected for the viewers to have another look. And this is to allow the jury a chance to write down their thoughts about the candidate before we pass on to the next
Exactly,
one.
to have a bit more time to think about the candidate and to decide and to mark. Because it's not always easy in a shorter time like that.
No, exactly. And then we will have the chance, she will be dancing on Friday. We will see her, she will be dancing the variation, The Awakening of Flora. And she has also chosen the solo Rain by the jury member Kin Sun Chan.
And it's a new solo.
Exactly, it's a new solo this year, and I'm curious to also see her in both of her variations later in the week.
She's a very talented young girl.
Yeah, she has very nice proportions, very long neck, long arms, long legs. No, it's exciting. I mean, of course, it's different than discovering them in person, but you know, I hope that this will offer her a chance.
Of course. And let's go to the next one.
Sure. And next up, we have number 102, and this is Nicole Liu from America, and she's a student at the Morning Star Dance Academy. And she is 15 years and 1 month old. And we are now discovering the video here of the candidate Nicole Liu from the United States. And we're already seeing at the bar here, very clean, very well placed,
Yes,
nice
very
coordination.
Nice. Footwork, we can really see that she enjoyed stretching her feet and working with her feet.
Yeah.
Very nice.
No, very well presented.
Very en dehors also.
Yeah. And these are the videos that the candidates had sent in for the video pre-selection in October.
Yes. And she has a nice musicality also. She's listened to the music. It looks very fluid.
And we're now seeing here the center practice with Nicole Liu. She's a really nice natural coordination, also natural feeling for turns.
Yes, as well.
And we will also be discovering her. She has chosen the first girls variation from the Pas de Trois from Paquita, and also the contemporary solo Rain from Kin Sun Chan. And
Yes, and I like the way that that she managed to connect the steps. In her adagio, we saw her very fluid, very her arms really goes coordinated with her legs. Very nice.
no, she has a very nice natural coordination.
And very nice dynamic. I like very much.
Yeah, and also just for our viewers, we will be watching 4 videos, and then we will have an interview with the president of the jury.
Okay, and we just saw the candidate 102, Liu Nicole. She and we have a little flash with the best part of her class that we'll see now.
I hope we'll be able to go back to here we are.
Here
Yes.
we are. Yes, and now she's on point shoes.
Yes.
We talk about her natural turns, and she managed also to turn on point. Incredible turn on point. All these young girls,
Yeah.
this new generation, they managed to turn on point very nicely.
Yes, and I find she has a very nice manner. She's very elegant, very simple, very clear.
Very calm.
Very calm.
Very
nice,
calm.
Nice ease.
No effort.
No, nice work. No, very nice work. I'm looking forward to discovering more of her. And our next candidate, where we had a little sneak peek already, is our first candidate from South Korea. And this is number 103, Tae Ye-yu. She is 15 years and 3 months old and a student at the Yos Ballet Conservatory. And we are watching here Cha Ye-yu from South Korea. And it's been great. There's been a very strong development of ballet in South Korea. We have this year 16 candidates from South Korea. And there's some beautiful dancers coming out of South Korea these days.
Exactly. And also from China and from Japan, we have some candidates this year.
Yep. Naomi here, she's very well trained, nice ease of movement, very turned out.
Nice body, nice muscles. We see her muscles really worked in the right way, in the nice way.
Yep, nice lines.
Yeah.
No, and you also feel that she enjoys.
She enjoys. We are watching Ta Ye-yul, 15 years old, and she's very calm also, as well as the other one. When she's doing her adagio, we saw her we saw a very nice coordination in between her head. Her arms are very soft.
No, she has a nice coordination, and she's very technically accomplished.
Yes.
And she has a killer arabesque. It just goes
Incredible
and goes and
arabesque.
beautiful.
Incredible arabesque.
Yeah.
Very good placement.
Yeah. No, and very nice class. Her bar actually finished and brought her into the center. So nice to see how her teachers have really coordinated the class for this. And we've just been watching the video, the classwork from Ta Ye-yu from South Korea. Very technically accomplished, nice ease, nice coordination.
Yes, and very nice point work. I find she used her feet on the point shoes in a very nice way.
Yes, no, nice work, very well constructed class. And she's a student at the Hughes Ballet Conservatory. And she will be dancing The Awakening of Flora. And she's chosen the solo Bow from Goyo Montero.
The adagio that we saw before with this incredible arabesque.
Yeah, her arabesque just sails up and up and up and away. It looks so easy.
So easy, effortless, with a nice coordination on the arms. Nice extensions also, very nice flexibility.
And actually,
On fait le prochain.
and that was our candidate number 103. And our next candidate coming up here is also from South Korea. And her name is Tong Ye-ju. And she's a student at the Sunhwa Arts Middle School. There's very strong development in ballet in South Korea.
Oh, yes.
Very good work, and I find a lot of the Korean dancers, they have a beautiful sense of flow, something very serene, but they're very technically accomplished as well.
And they are very committed, very engaged, very nice work. So we are watching Ye Yang from South Korea, 15 years old. So yes, she's also very talented. She has, we see nice extensions and again a very nice control at the bar for the moment.
Yeah, she has a nice dynamic in her movement. She gives impulses.
Nice studio also.
Yeah.
They are working in very nice studios.
Yes, no, this is a student at the Sunhwa Arts Middle School.
Yeah.
And you can see we just had a little view there of the jury who are watching all of the videos on a big screen in the ballroom here in the Palace Hotel. And the student, she's very coordinated, very well placed, nice control. Another talented young woman from South Korea. And this year we actually had a record number. There were 399 applications this year for the Prix de Lausanne, which is more than ever. And we've been watching the video here of Chung Ye-ju from South Korea, student at Sunwa Arts Middle School. A very accomplished young lady. Nice how she had an awareness of space. I think they've also got big studios, so it was nice to see how she could travel. And we're also going to be replaying for you one of her exercises here, so we can have another look. And this allows the jury a chance to write down their comments on her. And my colleague, Cinthia, is getting ready, as next up will be an interview with the president of the jury, Richard Wehrlock. So I hope we will be seeing here one of her exercises. And there's a very strong contingent from South Korea with 16 candidates this year. There's very nice proportions, long arms, long legs. Very nice control in her dancing. You feel very much that she's in control and in command of what she's doing and how she's using the space. And I'm curious to see her also in contemporary. She has also chosen the solo Rain from Kim San-chan. And now we'll be passing over to Cinthia, who will actually be doing the first interview during the course of the week. After every 3 or 4 candidates, we will be interviewing a jury member. And first up is Cinthia, who will be introducing the president of this year's jury, Richard Wehrlock, who is the director of the company in Basel.
And we have the pleasure to be here with Richard Wehrlock, our president of the jury, and as well the director of the Basel Ballet Theatre. Richard, you have been the director of Basel for many, many years, 20 years now, long time, very long time. We have a little video of, you did many creations, very nice creations, successful, and we prepared a little video of a rehearsal of Snow White from the company. How many years ago? It looks very fun. Can you tell us what is your way to create a piece like this? Where you find the inspiration?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that are very, very important. One is I have the most fantastic company, and I'm very, very privileged to have great dancers, which is an incredible inspiration. Another factor is, of course, I'm so inspired by the music. I love musicality. I'm not a great fan of counting from 1 to 8 or 1 to 16 or whatever it is, or Sakura or whatever. I love to see the use of music that is not just using the beat, but looking for all the different parts in the music. And that's for me very, very, very important. And to see something out of the ordinary. Not to always predict that you're going to see something, you say Snow White, you think you're going to see something a little bit twee and this, that, the other. But we went for many, many different sides of the characters as well, discovering the characters. That's great. And of course, every dancer needs this wonderful thing that we're standing on, a little bit of technique.
Of course. And apart being the director of Basel Ballet, you are very involved with the Prix since many years. We also have a video from you coaching a solo for Diego, who is part of the Prix this year. Let's have a look.
Good. I think what we emphasize is and relax. I think it would be this one. You go really emphasize the open arms. it. That's it, press down. Good. Okay. And over there. Super. Super. At the end. Pull back. There we go. Hand coming up. And overdo.
And this is a solo for Diego, is competing this year. Did you create this solo especially for the Prix de Lausanne?
Absolutely, and it was probably my very first honour to be part of and being. And as a young director, I was always coming to the Prix de Lausanne to observe and to take in and breathe the atmosphere that's here, that's so tremendously pungent with such wonderful inspiration from all these young people. And then when I was asked to do something, I fell over backwards and I said, well, what a privilege this is. And
of course.
So many years later, I actually find myself sitting on the big seat.
And what do you expect from young dancers dancing your piece? This solo, for example?
Well, I guess somebody who's driven by passion is to actually see something out of the ordinary, something that they make something of themselves. There, the steps are there, the equivalent are there. It's like doing class. We know exactly what the steps are. But when you see somebody move in a very, very special way,
this little thing.
Very, very, I think as we say in English, je ne sais pas quoi. But, you know, it's to look for those people and find all those different sort of possibilities they've got. And I have to say, hats off to Prix de Lausanne for making this possible.
As we say in French, ce petit plus.
Voilà.
And yes, because you have an amazing company, and I think every young dancer dreams to go to a company like Ballet Basel. We prepare a little video with the company on stage.
Oh.
Let's watch it. Je regarde ça. And this is Todd in Venedig.
Death in Venice, based on the Thomas Mann.
Mort à Venise. And this is one of your latest creations?
No, it goes back a few years. And
very strong, very dramatic.
Yeah.
And as well, because of the music, you choose Shostakovich for this piece.
Yep.
Why?
I adore Shostakovich. It's got so much emotion. It's got so much dynamics. It's also got humor, which is also very, very interesting. It's not very often you find pieces that have got a lot of humor. We're all very like this, and sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of a ha. And so, yeah, it was a great piece to work on. And of course, it's such a piece of text that is quite amazing and moving, and very, very moving, emotional.
I had the pleasure to see it live, and it's a fantastic.
Did you pay for the ticket?
Sorry?
Did you pay for the ticket?
Not that time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and a last question. Because you are the president of the jury this year, what do you think about this online edition?
I think it's amazing. I think everybody's been waiting. Everybody's been waiting. These dancers, these young dancers have such an appetite, such an energy to show themselves. And to make this actually, to bring this to a point where we can all look at each other and give a commentary on each other and share those things. And for these young people to show themselves to such a privileged group of jurors who were there, who were absolutely full of amazing talent, of differing talents and differing points of view. And that's what I think makes the jury very, very strong in that way, that we all have our specialities, but together we'll be a strong jury.
I think so. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the week. And we go back to Jason now.
And thank you, Cinthia and Richard. Great tips and advice that a company director like Richard is really looking for dancers who are who have a lot of originality and creativity. Great to have a little look there. And we will continue now. We have 3 more candidates to present you, followed by another interview. And next up will be also a candidate from South Korea. And her name is Kim Yerin. This is number 105, a student at the Soo Ballet Academy. seeing also here with Kim Yerin, a very accomplished 15-year-old from South Korea.
Yeah, and I think this was the end of the bar. She has also very nice extensions, and because the video it's filmed in profile, we can see her and the oar very well.
No, she also has a nice harmony in her movement.
Harmony. It will be very hard for the jury this year. The level is particularly high.
Yes, and we've only seen the first 5 videos.
But I think how just Richard said before, they will have to look for the petit plus.
Yep, something that really makes them stand out. Their originality.
Originality.
No, she has a very nice jump.
Yes.
Very nice, light.
Very light, very light. Going down was very light.
No, it's interesting to see all of the candidates this year in their own training, different classes. So it's also interesting for us to see.
Of course, we can use some things.
Yeah, no, as a teacher, you can find new inspirations.
Yes, of course.
No, and she will also be dancing in Contemporary Traces from Kathy Marston. So it'll be nice to see how she also does in the contemporary.
So we just saw Kim Yerin from South Korea. So she has definitely a very nice jump. We saw the last big combination with the big jumps with the grand jetés. And we are lucky we have a best of also from her, just to see the best parts.
Yeah, so here we can have another chance to see. Well, this gives the jury a moment to put their thoughts down on paper.
And here we see her point work, little combination on point. Because all of them, they have to show in the end of the class a bit 2-3 combinations on point. And yeah.
Oh, she's once again a very technically accomplished.
Very nice turns also. She did a very nice diagonal.
There's also nice natural turns, easy. Yes, there we go, as we just saw again. Nice, easy. She makes it look very easy.
Finish in the right moment, in the right position, very nice.
No, well done.
And we have now our next candidate.
Yes.
The 106 Liu Junso from China. 15 years old and 4 months.
Yes.
From the dance school attached to Shenyang Conservatory of Music.
Yes, and the next candidate is the youngest man this year. So this year we're going in order of their age, men and women mixed. And so this is the youngest male competitor this year.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. So this is the youngest male competitor this year, Yunsho Liu from China. And as we're seeing him at the bar here, he looks to be an interesting combination of very flexible, but all very turned out, and also very strong.
Yes. And Jason, you can tell us, it is different, the technique for the boys' technique as from the girls?
I mean, I think traditionally, yes, there's been more of a focus for the men on jumping and turning and the ladies on point work. But I think what's interesting today is how it's really changing. I find women especially need to be athletic and jump, and men also
Yes.
need to have lines and flexibility.
I agree with you. And I think it's also because today we really need to be strong on contemporary dance, and we need much more muscles in contemporary ballet.
Yeah, I think it's becoming more about the individual rather than playing a role.
Exactly.
No, I think it's amazing to see how ballet technique is really evolving. Et un petit bonjour pour notre public francophone.
Oui.
Bienvenue au 49e Prix de Lausanne.
Bienvenue à vous. Et là, on regarde le candidat de Chine, Yinsu Liu. Et on peut observer, on l'a vu à la barre déjà, et on peut observer que ils ont acquis beaucoup de flexibilité, les garçons, depuis quelques années.
Oui, non, c'est vrai. On avait senti au début de la barre, il était très en dehors. Et là, c'est clair dans l'adagio, penché et arabesque 180 degrés. Et je suis curieux de voir parce que sans doute, il aura aussi une bonne saut.
Oui, je pense, parce qu'il y a la masse musculaire qui est prête pour... on voit qu'il peut faire des grands sauts. Avant, on ne cherchait pas ça chez les garçons, des grandes extensions. Maintenant, c'est de plus en plus commun.
Voilà, de plus en plus important.
De plus en plus important aussi.
Et aussi par un garçon de 15 ans, il a l'air assez masculin.
Ouais.
Et là, on dirait qu'il a du force. Ça serait bien comme partenaire et pour le pas de deux. And we've just been watching the class of Yun Shou Liu from China. He is the youngest male competitor this year. He's 15 years old, and he's got a great mix. We thought we would see that at the bar. He showed strength and flexibility, and as we saw during his class, he has a great natural jump. He has power, and he's very masculine for a young man of 15 years old. It's nice to see.
Yes.
And here we can have a little look again. He's got a nice, powerful, natural, easy jump.
Yes, and very nice petite batterie. We can see the dynamic, very nice dynamic.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting to see how men and women, they grow. Sometimes at 15, men can look still very young, but he already looks very developed and masculine. Nice power.
And just to remind that this year, it's a very special edition.
Yep.
We have 78 candidates, and they will have around 8-10 minutes of airtime of previously recorded videos. This will happen from Monday to Thursday.
Exactly. So yes, it's a special edition with everything on video this year, but I think it's great that the Prix enabled this to take place, to continue, and that way they can still receive offers and scholarships and be seen by all the viewers watching us. So I'm very curious to see how the week will go, to get to know them all, and many interviews, and also the first ever Young Creation Award. So we will be discovering on Wednesday evening the 5 solos choreographed by young students from the partner schools. So I think that's something very special also about this year. It's the first time.
And now we go to our next candidate, 107 Kobayashi Airi from Japan, from the Park Ballet School, and she's 15 years old and 4 months. Je vais regarder encore là.
Kobayashi from De Park Studio in Japan. Talented young lady. I actually had the chance to teach her. Very nice. They're doing good work.
Yes, and also very clean. They have this very clean work on the feet. You can see when they are doing dégagé, haut tendu, the brush of the toes in the floor. It's really nice to watch.
Yes, no, her work is very articulate, and she also has very nice extensions.
Very nice, big flexibility also. We have been seeing the 107 Kobayashi idea, 15 years old from Japan. And let's have a look of the best parts of your class, of her class. nice control. Everything is very soft. Also, I like the shoes of them on the music that probably her teacher and maybe herself choose for her. And now we have a very, very interesting interview, Jason, with the vice president of the jury, Madame Claire-Marie Osta. Let's go to Jason.
And I'm here with the vice president of the jury, Claire-Marie Osta. It's a pleasure to welcome you back again this year.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
And how does it feel to you to be back here for this very special edition? It's quite something.
Yeah, I'm very pleased to be here. And it's like a familiar journey to be around the Prix de Lausanne. And it's such a very important time for us and, of course, for the young candidates.
Exactly. No, it's a very challenging time for us all, especially for these young dancers. But thank you for taking the time to be here to view all of the videos and to be a part. And we have some videos which we would like to share with our viewers, and we'd like to start with you in your role from last year here at the Prix de Lausanne, where you were teaching and coaching.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Épaules vers la barre et now et battement. Yes, standing leg. Good. Develop, pick and hold the knee. Second. Yes, be careful your elbow. Develop, pick. Arabesque. Yes, very long.
Very nice. And if you were to share with the viewers, what would be some advice that you could give a young dancer today?
To continue, to go on, because I know, knowing some young dancers, they question themselves because of the very difficult situation, but it will pass, and we are all here to give them even more support than ever.
Exactly. No. And you had a beautiful and rich career as an étoile at the Paris Opera Ballet, and we have two extraits here. So I'd like to start with the first one, which is from John Neumayr's La Dame aux Camélias. Beautiful work. How would you prepare for a role like this?
I think it's a long journey with a lot of dreams, maybe, and also reading, culture, admiring the generation just before. What is amazing, I think, in our art is how everything is linked. I was very excited as a student to listen to my teacher, not only à la barre, working hard, of course, but also trying to, through the exercise, through their voice, through the dynamic of the exercise and the musicality, to get a little bit of their own artistic career. And I think when you're on stage, being La Dame aux Camélias or any great masterpiece, you are part of a very long history and tradition. So it's also always updated, of course, like in this amazing role. One of my strong memories is also being in the studio, of course with my partner, but also with John, sharing very detailed advice by acting. It was one of the most also great stuff that I really liked as a dancer, is acting and telling story.
Yes, no, because you danced a huge repertoire. And how was it for you to go from dancing in a very established role like Swan Lake to a creative process? Was it?
It's a very nice balance between the two, because having a choreographer alive in front of you, maybe doing a creation on yourself, like you inspire and each other, it also gives lots of ideas, and you dare maybe more in a repertoire also, knowing how much the interpretation belongs to the artist, of course with a lot of advice, as I said, brought by the tradition. But I think taking part of a creation or a more contemporary work, it also helps us as an artist and interpret to stay alive in the way we also work in the more traditional and repertoire.
Exactly. And as we've just seen, you know, you're beautiful in a dramatic ballet, and you were also a really strong technician. So our next video is you dancing the solo from Paquita. So we can have a look, show a completely different side.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, beautiful work. I mean, you know, you could really dance the whole range, the whole repertoire. And I wanted to ask you now, as the vice president of the jury, especially in a company like the Paris Opera, competition is very prevalent. You have to actually compete every year, if you would like, to advance in the ranks. How was that for you?
Yeah, I think following these rules to compete, or at least to apply for a next maybe level in the company, it's also a way to learn your job, because you have to develop yourself. You have to always go on and learn from the work and also the other dancers. I think it's also always an opportunity to meet a different repertoire and to go deep into all your skills and how you can have different ways to perform.
Yeah. And when you were named an étoile, was that a pressure for you, or was that freedom, or how did that affect you as an artist?
Actually, it was in this piece and this special day.
Yeah.
Was from the day where I was named. It was quite a surprise, but I was not that young when it happens, and I felt very lucky to have this next journey, to be able to, this opportunity to go on. So I was very, how to say, safe and also curious about the future with this new opportunity, because it's not only a privilege, even if it is, but it's also a huge responsibility, but an opportunity to question the way you meet a role. And even if you do it again, which is a very lucky time because you can improve and find new stuff, it's also a great opportunity to have a very close work with a coach, with partners, and of course with choreographer.
Exactly. And speaking about new opportunities with the 78 candidates here, if you were to give them, I'm sure many of them are watching right now, what would your little bits of advice be for them?
To realize that even if a dancer career is very short, still they have a future coming, hopefully with more possibility to travel and to meet and to go and see performance. I think I would like to advise them to be very curious about the past and the present, that trying to go to the source of information. Video, it's wonderful because that's why, thanks to the video, we can be here. But also, I really cross-finger that we can go back into real theater. And so I would like to advise them to be patient, and as soon as it's possible to go back and watch dance.
Exactly. Well, very good advice. Thank you very much for your time for this week, for all your contributing. And I will pass the word back to Cinthia, and we will then continue with the next candidate. Cinthia, back to you.
Great interview with our Vice President, Claire Mariosta. And now we go to the next candidate, the 08 Hall Keira from New Zealand. She's 15 years old and 5 months, and she's from Mount Eden Ballet Academy.
watching Kira Hall, 15, from New Zealand. And I really like her dynamics. She has a nice energy. I find a nice dynamic in her movement.
Yes, and we see we can see in these different videos really different techniques. No, you have different schools, different way to approach the combinations.
Yeah, now you see different stylistic elements, different tendencies, but she also has a really nice natural turn. Just sailed around in those pirouettes. It looks so easy, but it's not.
It's not. We all know that it's not. And we just saw Hall Keira from New Zealand. And let's watch her best of.
Yeah.
The best part of her class. I find a very nice manège in the end. And the dynamic of the class was really good. Was was great.
Yeah, no, and she's a very talented young woman. She's 15 years and 5 months old. She's 1.70 meters tall, and she's a student at the Mount Eden Ballet Academy. But very nice class. I find there's a nice built-in dynamic and some very nice choices for the tempos. I find there's a nice mix of, like, this exercise is more upbeat, but with a nice dynamic.
Yes, very nice. And I'm curious to know how all these kids, they prepare for this competition in this difficult year.
Yeah, no.
I guess some of them, they were preparing the studio, some of them probably at home.
Yeah, or they were unable to train in studios for long periods of time. So it's been a very challenging year, but it's great to see their passion and dedication and their talent.
Yeah, very talented.
No, very nice work, nice class.
And now?
Yeah, next up we have our next male candidate from Japan. His name is Taira Watanabe from the Mika Ballet School. auch eine kleine Begrüßung für unser deutschsprachige Publikum. Herzlich willkommen bei der 49. Prix de Lausanne, unsere Special Video Edition.
Yes.
And we're here watching the second male candidate. And what I like about this young man is you really feel his joy of dance. You feel that he's just loving to be in a studio and to be dancing.
Yes, we can see that. And year with this special edition, we have the difference in between the other years is that we don't, they have to judge different classes, the best part of the classes, not like other years that were judging the
Yes.
classes
Yes.
there, no?
Yeah, all the
In
candidates
all
did
the
the
classes.
same.
Last year was Claire Marie teaching at the Prix.
Yes, and Elizabeth
And
Plattel,
Elizabeth
Patrick
Plattel,
Armand.
yeah.
Yeah.
And here they have to judge their own classes with their own teachers.
Yep.
Big difference.
No, it's also interesting for us as
Very
spectators to have a chance to see so many different types of classes and training.
Of course.
And we are watching here the classwork video from Taira Watanabe from Japan, 15-year-old. And he's got a great natural jump, nice deep plie. And I felt as the combinations advanced through the class, he got, especially in the last one, he got more and more free in his movement. And
great landing from the tour en l'air. Very high tour en l'air and great landing.
Yeah, nice soft landing on his plie, nice deep plie. And I think we're going to have a chance to watch again one of the exercises. Oh, and here we go. And it's the Grand Allegro.
And it's interesting also to see the different studios where they work, where they have been working all this month. I find this very interesting.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's done very good work here, and it would be great to see him in a big studio. I'm sure he could fly around the room. The combinations are very well constructed.
Yes.
Very well put together. Good work. And I'm curious, he will also be dancing the solo Rain.
Right.
I had a chance to watch the solo, very beautiful choreography
Beautiful.
from Kinsa, and it will show, I think, a
Yes.
whole different side
This new
to
solo
his
this
dancing.
year. And we have now the last candidate of the morning. That is the 110, Bluma Keita Maria, 15 years old, from Latvia, Riga Ballet School.
watching here the class of Kaita Maria Bloma from Riga in Latvia. Nice young dancer.
Yes. A nice combination also. We saw right before that fouetté en dehors, fouetté en dedans, fouetté en dehors, fouetté en dedans. But it's actually a nice combination.
Yeah. And I think she might be working in a studio that has a rake, actually, when you look at the height of the bars at the back of the room compared to the front.
It's true.
I think you or I would have trouble if we had to stand at the front of the room. The bar would be too high for us.
Yes.
No, but nice work. A very, very determined young woman.
We don't see any more studios like that in Europe now. I mean,
very rarely.
Really. This one was the 110 Bluma Keita Maria, and we just watched a very nice class. She's also a natural turn, and she was doing a very nice diagonal on point shoes in the end. And let's watch her best of.
Yeah. No, she's a talented young lady from Riga, and they have a very long and strong tradition. As he just celebrated his 73rd birthday last week, Baryshnikov is from Riga, so they've got a very strong tradition, classical ballet in Riga.
And they have beautiful studios, because very big studios. She can really travel and use the space.
Yeah. You know what, I'm curious, she's also chosen the solo Rain from Kinsan. I'm curious to see how she will be in contemporary as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing all of them on Friday.
Exactly, see them in their variations and get to know them.
Variation?
Sorry?
Classical variation as well as contemporary variation on Friday.
Exactly, and she will be dancing Gulnara variation from Act 3 of Le Corsaire.
Okay, very nice.
Yeah, and I think this was our final candidate from this morning. And then, so for all of our viewers, we'll be passing you now over to Kathy Bradney.
Stay tuned, as every day this week from Monday to Thursday, you will be seeing the Prix de Lausanne's partner schools and companies videos. All of our partners are a valuable part of the Prix de Lausanne's trampoline that springboards young dancers into the next step of their careers. Now you will be seeing the Australian Ballet School, and join us back live in Lausanne at 2:00 p.m. today, Swiss time. See you later. Hello and welcome back to the 49th Prix de Lausanne video edition. I am here with the 9-member jury and our commentators, Cinthia and Jason, at the beautiful Lausanne Palace Hotel. And we will be continuing to evaluate the videos and marking the junior girls and boys ballet classes. The order that you will be seeing of these variations of these classes is by age and from the youngest to the oldest. Here is the world map presenting the next 10 candidates. Enjoy.
My name is Yoon-sun Choi from South Korea. I'm so thankful to be able to participate in this honorable ballet competition and to meet wonderful teachers and friends from all around the world.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Juliette Rappel, j'ai 15 ans et je suis très fière d'être sélectionnée pour le Prix de Lausanne 2021.
Hello, my name is Ji Shin and I'm from South Korea. It's a great honor to attend Prix de Lausanne.
Hello and welcome back with us. We have some candidates to watch this afternoon, and let's start with the first one. Number 111, Anaëlle Jade Matalal from France, Studios Vladimir Skuratov, and she is 15 years old and 8 months.
So we're here with the second group. We saw 10 candidates earlier this morning, and this is the second group of 10. We're watching now Anaëlle Jade Matalal from France. She's a very nice, long-limbed, proportioned body.
Yes, beautiful body, beautiful lines. And she's showing now the fondu. Very controlled, very soft.
Yes, and for those viewers who are just joining us, you will have the chance to see each candidate in a video that is between 8 and 10 minutes long to get to know them. And then on Friday, I'm looking forward to seeing all of their classical and contemporary variations as well.
I'm looking forward to very exciting week. So we just saw the pirouette combination, and as I said before, she's very clean. She's very controlled. Her pirouettes also are very controlled.
Yeah. No, we've seen actually all of the ladies we've seen so far have just a very easy, nice, natural turn, just tossing off triples and more, just like it was easily done.
Yes, yes, and also the flexibility. Look her arabesque. She has a very nice arabesque also.
Yep. Jade, and she has a very nice dynamic, nice coordination. I really enjoy watching her. You feel like she makes you want to move.
Yes, and we have the impression that she's performing. That she's really performing. No, she's not just doing an exercise. She's performing and she's enjoying what she's doing.
Yeah, no, and they're nice combinations too. It's a nice class.
Very dynamic combinations.
And we've just been watching the video of Anaël Jade Mdalal from France. She makes me feel very curious to see her dance more.
Yes, and she has a natural, very nice movement. So I think I'm also very curious to see her contemporary solo.
Yeah, no, I like she has a sense of ownership when you see her dance. Like I'm here and I know what I'm doing, and you feel that she's really invested in her work. So I think we're going to get a chance to see a little sneak peek back while the jury's having a moment to write down their comments. And she also has very long arms, long neck, very long limbs.
And very long movement in the arms. Very nice connected with the head movement and with the pullman.
I'm very curious, and she has chosen to dance the solo Rain from Kin Sun Chan and also the Lilac Fairy from Sleeping Beauty. So we'll have a chance to see that on Friday. And it's funny when you see dancers, she's only 15 years and 8 months old, but she's doing very accomplished.
She looked very mature in her movements, at least when she dances.
Yeah. You feel like she's made choices and she's very present.
And she did quite difficult stuff on point shoes. She shows fouetté à l'italienne, and she shows fouettes, technical things, very technical things.
No, very nice. I'm curious to get to know her more.
Yes.
And next up, we have our first contestant this year from Australia, Charlotte Cohen. She is also 15 years and 8 months old, a student at the Melbourne Conservatoire of Ballet. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. And we are watching Charlotte Cohen from Australia, 15 years old. And now we are watching the bar work. That it's very important. It's very important for a dancer to start in the bar, to really place the legs and the hip in the right position. And I think it's also very important for the jury to judge at the bar how the work foot, the legs foot, the muscles foot are working, because the center is more funny, but every single day a dancer starts by the bar, so very important work at the bar.
No, exactly. And now, if I was to ask you, Cinthia, what was your favorite exercise at the bar?
The bar.
Or could you not wait to get into the center?
No, I always like, my favorite things were at the bar or the center, always the very dynamic things. I like dynamic musicality, so the little jetés with piquets, or in the center, the little petite batterie, or things like that. I like very much to play with dynamics. So we just saw Charlotte Cohen from Australia, and a very young dancer. And I like her dynamic. The combination were very dynamic. Some of them fast. Let's have a look on the best of her best exercise.
Yeah. No, I think also she has. You feel she's very committed. She has a nice jump.
Nice jump. Very
She has
nice
a very
jump.
nice. You feel that she's very present. She's a very nice light jump.
And she looks very happy to dance. This is great.
Yeah. No, and I'll be very curious to see her because she's chosen the solo bow from Goyo Montero. So I think that will give us a chance to really see a different type of movement from her. And she will be dancing the Awakening of Flora. So it'll be nice.
Beautiful variation also, very beautiful variation.
Yeah.
And let's go to the next one.
Sure.
113, Juliana Correa Dreisig from Germany. 15 years old and 9 months, ballet school, Mainz.
Watching here Juliana Correa Dreisig from Germany, and we're seeing here another young woman who's also has very high extensions, very flexible, but she also looks like she has power.
She looks very strong. She looks like she has a lot of power.
Yeah.
I think her jumps must be high, very high.
Yeah. No, she has nice athleticism, a very nice presence. Oh, and here she is in the center already.
Nice pirouettes, very nice turns. Very precise, everything is very precise.
been watching the video of number 113, Juliana Correa dressing from Germany. Now, I had the chance to teach you as well, Cinthia, and you also had such a natural axe for turns.
Oh, thank you.
As a teacher, how do you deal with a student who really doesn't have such a natural axe? Do you have tips?
Well, I think you have this natural turn that most of the kids have now. I think when you are small, it's easy to turn a lot, but also you have a technique to turn. And I think the back, the placement on the back and the arms are very, very important.
Yes.
To manage the turn. And also, it's not really, I think it's not that important how much you turn, but how. If it's clean, pretty. Sometimes 3 nice periods are better than 10, 8, 7.
No, I agree. And we're watching here now. We're having a chance to see again her adagio. And she also has very nice extensions.
And her fouettes. And she's turning a lot. And she looks tall. She's tall.
She's 172.
172.
And she's chosen the solo Traces from Kathy Marston and Lilac Fairy. So we will discover her more.
Yes.
And next up, we have our third male candidate, number 114, Rintaro Nakajima from Japan, who is 15 years and 10 months old. So let's have a look. And you can see here the jury members who are watching all of the candidates this year on a huge screen here in the Palace Hotel. And this is Rintaro Nakajima. And this year the Prix has decided to go in the age order from the youngest, with all of the men and women mixed in together rather than having them in separate classes like they would do if they were here.
Interesting, very interesting. And he's doing a little jeté at the bar. Nice combination.
Yeah.
Musical.
He seems like a very focused young man.
And we just saw Rintaro Nakajima from Japan, from the school Akri Orimoto Ballet Academy. And yes, he was doing a great class, great combinations, a very dynamic combination. I appreciate a lot the little jumps. We have here again the best of the little jumps, the petit allegro, and he's doing cabriole. He's doing. I saw him doing also brisé volé. But it's actually brisé volé enlevé. It's a very difficult step that this needs a lot of power, a lot of strongers on the legs. And yeah, now it's time to a new interview. Let's go back to Jason, who is with Michel Gascard, who was the first winner of the very first Prix de Lausanne, and he is the director of the Rudra school today here in Lausanne.
Great, and I have the privilege and the pleasure to be here with the very first winner of the Prix de Lausanne, Michel Gascard. Welcome back.
Comment allez-vous?
Bien, bien, merci, Ma'am. Et vous-même?
Très bien, très heureux d'être ici au Prix de Lausanne. C'est un grand retour pour moi.
Et voilà. And to think back on the day when you won the Prix de Lausanne, what does it mean to you? How did it feel at the moment?
It's a very strange situation. It's so long time ago, I feel like someone else. But at the same time, today, I'm keeping going on with the same spirit that my mother and Maurice Béjart gave me in 73 with the Prix de Lausanne, when I found here the feeling of going on with my beloved master, Maurice Béjart.
And when you were competing in the Prix de Lausanne, were you excited? Were you nervous? It was the very first Prix de Lausanne. Did you know what to expect, or?
No, I was coming from a small village in France, and really it was no expectation, just dancing, just believing in dance that we are going on today. All of my family with Rudra, we are going on believing in dance and treating and saving us with dance, through dance.
Exactly. And then the Prix de Lausanne has changed over the years. So in the very first edition, did you do classes in front of a jury? Was it just the variation? How was it?
Was something very special that I think that helped me at this time. It was Peter Appel, the great master Peter Appel. And in the Prix de Lausanne, he did something very special. He created for us a variation, a mazurka, in fact. And he created on us in 1 hour. Wow. And we all had to dance it right away, immediately in front of the jury. And this, I think, was a big change for my life, because I learned it. I was the first one to learn it, and I was the first one to dance it. And I was so enthusiastic. I was so happy to dance a new variation, something new, something created. I took it, created for me.
Exactly.
And it developed something immediately. I remember this feeling of the joy of dancing something completely unknown, new, with a beautiful Elizabeth Cooper at the piano, and it was just fantastic. And I think it's something that, for me, today is a challenge, because when we do our career, we are facing a new choreographer, and he's creating immediately on you, and you do have to answer and execute, but not only execute, realize this creation immediately.
Exactly.
And I think this is a great lesson.
Yeah, and we have some photos here from exactly that, from 1973. Yes, so for all the viewers here, we can have a look.
The child.
Wow.
It's very strange for me to see myself like this.
It's beautiful, beautiful images, and I believe it was really during the Prix de Lausanne when you first met Béjart, and with Philippe and Elvira and Rosella, Béjart really became your mentor, and you went straight into the Béjart Ballet.
Yes, I entered in the ballet of the 20th century in 73, in September. It was very strange for me. It was a very, very new world. Living my mother, being in such a place with very, very beautiful teachers, very strong teachers. This is I remember we start in September, and in October we had 1 month with Caroline Carlson teaching for us, creating for us, and so on. And I think Maurice Béjart was right to create that school. He was right to develop his ideas, his creativity, but also research with us at this time. that in 92, when we together reopened the school in Lausanne, it was a very different time. It was more on the teaching, more on the stability, mental stability for the youth, that we today, even more than ever, need to build, create, and help all of those young dancers. And this is why I feel that there is a strong correlation between Prix de Lausanne and Rudra Béjar with that idea, with the idea of to help this youth, the young dancers, this youth in the world, these young dancers, but also to help the teachers, the school. We need to develop the school of dance. Here we are at the bar. We need to bring back the dancers to this feeling of the vertebral, colonne vertebrale, what is the bar for us. We hold the bar. We need something to hold, to handle on. And dance is the needs for all those young dancers, of course, but also for humanity. We need to perform. We need to go back on stage. We need to create new school and to seek for a new world. Not like Kathy Bradney, who explained this very well in her article, that she explained that they had, for this Prix de Lausanne in 2021, they had to rethink everything, find a new vocabulary, a new world of development. And this is what we all have to do today. We cannot go on what was done. We need to use it as a base and experience, but we need also to develop a new strength, a new way of teaching, and help the already so strong mental that have all those young students. They have a strong mental. They are very, 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 we say in French, resilient.
Yes.
But we need to build on that a new methodology of teaching. We need more patience. We need more love for them. We need to give and to leur proposer un avenir avec quelque chose de serein, in peace, a future in peace. This is what we have to give them.
Exactly. Yes, and touching on all of these elements of creativity and creating something new in new ways, we have an excerpt now of a role that Béjar created with you and for you in Schumann.
Oh.
Shall we have a look?
Yes, but I have to say something. It was not created for me.
Oh,
it was created for Jan Neutz.
Ah, okay, I thought it was created for you. I'm sorry.
In Paris, in 1990, Maurice Béjar asked me to dance it because now Jan was not with us for this TV program. And in the train between Brussels and Paris, Maurice told me, Michel, you have to dance this. And he taught me the variation in the train, and I danced it right away when I arrived in the studio. This is how it happened.
Wow.
It's just a little story, but guys, dancers, you need to be fast learning.
Exactly. Well, let's have a look.
Merci.
Ein Jüngling liebt ein Mädchen, die hat einen anderen erwählt. Der andere liebt eine andere und hat sich mit dieser vermählt. Das Mädchen nimmt aus Ärger den ersten besten Mann, der ihr in den Weg gelaufen. Der Jüngling ist übel dran. Es ist eine alte Geschichte, doch bleibt sie ihm nur treu. Und wem sie just passiert, dem bricht das Herz entzwei.
Wow, it's great to see. And now we're going to have a little look into the activities at Rudra, which I think also reflect a great deal of looking for new and for diversity, and as you mentioned, new methods of teaching for the future.
Merci.
Let's have a look.
Yes.
Well, it's great to see how the connection, Bejar was so integral at the creative point of the Prix de Lausanne, and to see how the connection lives on today. So I would really like to thank you for coming back, and it's been a pleasure to meet you today and to have you here.
It was a pleasure of being with you guys, and also with all the jury around me. Thank you very much for all of your work and courage, and for the dynamism you give to the school and the school of all the world. Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci.
Great. Thank you very much, Michelle, and I will pass you back to Cinthia.
Yes, and thank you, Jason, and thank you, Michelle, for this great interview. But let's go back to the next candidate. We have the 115, Che Yun-san, 15 years and 10 months from South Korea, Sunhwa Arts Middle School. So we're watching Che Yun-san from South Korea, and she has a very nice placement in the bar. She's very en dehors, and it looks very, very light, very effortless.
Oh, she also seems like a very accomplished young lady, as we can see here, also very flexible. She seems very strong.
Very strong.
And she's also a student at the Sunwa Arts Middle School. Many beautifully trained, strong dancers coming from there.
Yes, absolutely. And her positions are really, really in the right place.
Yeah, very accurate, very
Yes.
well placed.
Very nice.
How was your placement as a dancer?
Perfect.
Just what I wanted to hear.
No. I had to work on I don't think I was a natural, very flexible dancer, but I worked on, so we can.
Okay. watching here the candidate, Yoon Sun Choi, and she's very strong. She's very placed, very accurate,
She has a nice landing from the jumps. We have to say she lands very softly, very light.
Yeah, no, she's technically very advanced for 15 on a very high technical level.
Now she's showing the work, the point work, and also on point she has a nice going down the point. We can see her demi-point, heel, demi-point up.
And we've been watching the video of number 115, Cha Young-jun from the Sunhwa Arts Middle School in South Korea. A very technically accomplished young lady, very strong.
Absolutely.
And really danced well in all elements. Easy turn, nice jump.
Yeah, a nice body, very long legs, and committed, very committed.
Yeah, and I think we're also going to have a chance here to see again a little repeat. And I'm curious because she's also chosen the solo Bow from Goyo Montero and The Awakening of Flora. So it'll be interesting to see how she will interpret both of these works. Especially Goyo's work, it'll be a big difference in the movement vocabulary for her.
Yes, we need some kind of maturity for Goyo's work, and yeah, I'm curious to see how these young girls manage to do it.
But she looks very focused, very determined, so I'm curious to see her in the other works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And next up?
Yes. Next up.
Juliette Rapin, number 116, from France. Académie de danse Carole Massoutier.
Et là, on est en train de regarder Juliette Rapin. Je trouve qu'elle a une belle dynamique. J'aime bien les tempos dans les exercices.
Oui, c'est un peu plus rapide que ce qu'on a vu
Oui, ça
avant.
danse.
Ça danse. Elle est...
Elle a des belles lignes.
Elle a des belles lignes. Elle est française. Elle a 15 ans.
Oui.
15 ans.
15 ans et 11 mois.
11 mois. Voilà. Très jolie dynamique.
Oui. Je suis curieux de le voir au milieu et de le voir dans ses variations.
Oui.
And we're watching Juliette Rapin. And as her class evolves, I find myself getting more and more curious to see her dance more. I just find she seems to have a really nice aura, a nice presence. Very coordinated.
Nice, also very nice port de bras, very nice coordination.
No, she seems
beautiful, beautiful lines, beautiful lines.
Beautiful lines, extensions. And it's nice because she has the extensions, but she didn't indulge in them. It was done very tastefully.
Yes.
Very well presented.
Quality.
Yeah.
So we're watching Juliette Rapin from France. And yes, let's have a look again on her point work.
Oh, very nice. Very nice dancer. I found myself getting very pulled into her, curious to see her dance more. No, nice work, nice coordination.
And I saw her doing some strong, difficult ballonets on point. Nice pirouette also, with a very nice passé in a very good place.
Yep, and when I find she presents herself in a very tasteful manner. It's very understated but elegant. It's
elegant,
nice.
Very elegant.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well done.
Oh, very nice work. And our next candidate is number 117, and this is our the youngest American candidate this year. This is Julie Joyner. She is 15 years and 8 months old, and she's a student at the International City School of Ballet. So let's have a look at Julie Joyner. remember watching here Julie Joyner from the United States, and she has beautiful feet, very nice long legs, long arms.
Amazing legs, really long.
And beautiful. I love how she really used her turnout in the développé à la seconde. It was very high and very controlled.
And you can see here the different kind of schools, because she, for example, her adagio was really nice and very slow. And I think it's in purpose. It's because of her training.
Yeah. No, and she also has a very nice natural turn.
Natural turn, nice control.
And we've been watching the video of Julie Joyner, who is 15 years and 8 months old from the US. And I think we're going to have a chance to watch, again, I believe it's the Adagio. But I think she's a very interesting combination. It's rare to see somebody who has such long limbs, but is also such a good turner.
Yes.
And she's got very mobile feet, but she's really quite strong on point.
Very, very nice feet. And you can see also that she's very stable. She's in the standing leg, the supporting leg. She managed all this développé without moving her supporting leg.
Yeah.
Very stable, very calm.
Yeah, and she's 1.57 meters tall, but with such long arms and legs on the video, she looks much, much, much taller.
She looks much taller. It's true, absolutely.
No, but I find she's a very interesting combination.
The flexibility also is amazing. She's...
No, there was not a wobble the whole time. Very easy, natural turns. And that's not so often that you see such a control in the turns with such long limbs.
Yes.
And at such a young age.
Yes, and with this, also when we have this natural coup de pièce feet very, very flexible, it's not always easy to manage on the pointers, to turn and to do relevés.
Exactly. And that was the last candidate from this group. And now we actually have, or I have the pleasure to actually interview Cinthia. So I think this is a chance for all of our viewers who are watching. You might be wondering, who are your commentators? So I have the pleasure to actually present to you Cinthia Labaronne, who is from Argentina. And I've known for many years. I had the chance to teach her often as a principal dancer in the Ballet National de Marseille.
I had the chance to have you as a teacher.
Thank you.
Amazing classes.
Well, thank you very much. And Cinthia, it's amazing because in your career, you went from being a principal dancer in classical ballet, and then you danced for many years for Richard Wehrlach in Basel.
Yes.
And you've now been teaching in Basel for 10 years.
Yes, also. Yeah. I start with Pierre Lacotte when I arrived to Europe. Very young. I was 18.
Yeah.
I started there as principal dancer, and then my last years I decided that I wanted to change a bit and go more into contemporary work. So I had the opportunity to go to Basel.
Yeah.
And dance there for some years.
Exactly. And we've got 3 video excerpts, so our viewers and myself, and we can have a look, and we're going to start with seeing Cinthia in Giselle. Very nice, Cinthia. It's the Cinthia that I remember teaching, always full of energy and dynamics. And was Giselle one of...
I like dynamics.
Yes,
steps.
yes. And was Giselle one of your favorite roles?
Giselle, it's a ballet that means a lot for me because it was one of my first ballet when I arrived. I was very young, and I have the honor and the pleasure to work with Pierre Lacotte, who was one of the mentor of the ballet, of the romantic ballet. So he really, I learned from him really every detail in Giselle. He teach me everything. I can remember today everything. So it means a lot for me.
Yeah, and I think also touching on this idea of learning and giving, I mean, you've also been involved in the Prix de Lausanne now for many years, and normally we're used to seeing you here in a very different role, in action, coaching. And actually we've got some video clips from last year of you coaching. So let's have a look from the Prix de Lausanne 2019.
Good. Good. Not bad at all. Just a spacing thing in the beginning. You have to try to travel a bit more from one side to the other one. Okay, just mark fast at the beginning, after the floor. You did the floor, we're here. All this part, that's it. All this part. Taka, 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 tak. Yes. Tak, continue. And now try to really travel flat here, that we have that, passing the center. And now flat side. Yes, otherwise you are too much downstage. Try to keep it flat all the beginning. Now this one, pass the center, and then you have the possibility to go up and to bring it there. Yes. Okay, otherwise it stays everything in the same. You have to travel more like that and less down. Okay? Good girl.
Very nice. And now, Cinthia, you've been teaching and coaching for quite a few years now. Do you have a preference for teaching a certain level, or do you prefer coaching, getting into a role?
Oh, it's very different. I prefer to teach the young dancers from 13, 14, the little ones. I love to coach here at the Prix de Lausanne because it's a different experience. It's very rewarding, and in a very short time you have to find the right way to touch them in a few days, and in the same time very fast you can see how they improve in 1 week. Sometimes it's really fantastic, but actually, yeah, I really like to teach. I really like to coach. I really like to teach, and I think it's when you find a way to have results, to see how your students improve, how they take things for you, is the best part.
No, it's great, and we can see that. You know, that you're very generous, you're very giving, and very knowledgeable. And you've also had a chance to work for many years with Richard Wehrlock.
Yes.
So you know his work from the inside out. And we're going to have a chance here to see a little excerpt from you dancing his work, Stettel. Let's have a look.
Verkäufen die Sapotschkelech und fahren auf die Droschkelech, hab ich mit dir in einem zu sein. Hoi, ich höre dir und du an mir, wie ein Klenke ohne dir, Kätzele, Fegele, mein. Hoi, fahren auf die Wachsockelech und verkäufen fremde Schallechlech, hab ich zu sein. Oh, ich höre dir und du an mir, wie Atlenke ohne Tier, Kätzele, Fegele, mein. Ja da da da, ja da da da, ja da da da, dai dai, ja da da da, ja da da da, ja da da da, dai da da, dai da, ja da da da, ja da da da, dai dai.
Wow, beautiful. Great to see you in action on stage.
Thank you.
Very nice. And if you were to give a word of advice to a candidate this year or for next year, what would a tip be?
Oh, this year is a bit special, but they have to keep focused. They have to keep working, to keep really, even in this difficult situation, in this very difficult year, to keep the passion, to keep we have this possibility today to have this internet and be able to to watch, to see things that we couldn't see before. So yeah, keep awake, keep there, still working even in their living room, and we will have better times.
Great, good. Well, thank you very much. And this will actually conclude my little interview with Cinthia Labaronne. And we will continue. I believe the jury is back in place. And coming up next, we have number 118, Andre Jesus Maciano, who is 16 years old, exactly 16 years and 0 months, and from Brazil. Let's have a look at him in class.
Yes.
Padre Jesus Maciano from Brazil. And I like his presence. I feel that he's got something very genuine, very alive, and he's nice and strong. He's got a strong back.
And very natural.
Yep.
You see a lot of work behind, of course, but he has something very generous, very natural in his dance.
Yeah. No, and we're seeing a lot of very talented Brazilians, more and more over the years.
Different schools, but yes, a lot of talented dancers from Brazil, from South America.
And this is also someone who very clearly can turn.
He can turn.
And enjoys it.
And we just saw André Jesus Maciano from Brazil. Very strong young dancer with a lot of capacity, with a big jumps, very nice jumps.
Yeah. No, I think he's a young man. He's got, as you can see here in the replay, he's got a great potential, natural turn, just very natural.
And we see he's really enjoying everything that he does.
Exactly. No, very natural. You feel his passion that he's dancing because he likes to dance and he wants to. No, and I hope also, he's 16 years old. He's 1.70 meters tall, so I hope I can also say as a small, I'm also 1.70 meters. I hope he does continue to grow because it
yes,
can be
because
so...
today it's true that companies look for
tall men, it can be a challenge. But no, talented young man.
Yes, very talented. And we have to go to the next one, next candidate. And 119 Cinthia from South Korea, 16 years and 1 month, Sunhwa Arts Middle School.
And as we're watching here, Cinthia, she's also beautifully well prepared, well groomed, very able. I just wanted to ask you, Cinthia, I mean, did you ever do any competitions?
Yes, I did. I never did the Prix de Lausanne, unfortunately, but I did. I did many competitions in South America when I was really little, and I did Varna competition when I was 14.
Wow, Varna at 14.
Yes, Varna at 14.
And were you excited or nervous?
Oh, very nervous. It was a huge preparation, huge preparation, and very exciting. And the processes when the preparation was amazing, was really good, and very nervous.
Yeah. No, and I think we also should really mention here, especially during this year, it's just amazing to see more candidates applied this year than ever in the history of the Prix de Lausanne. And, you know, hats off to all of the students and the teachers for exactly that, all of the preparations when maybe for months they weren't able to train in a studio, or, you know, they had to train from home.
Yes,
so I think it's, you know,
absolutely.
Hats off to everybody for their passion and perseverance.
Absolutely, and I think it's this Prix de Lausanne is the probably for some of them is the only motivation they had in the whole year. So yeah, it's really great to see them here. just watching Cinthia from South Korea, a young woman, 16 years and 1 month. And she was beautiful, beautiful body, beautiful lines. She did a great gran allegro in the end with a combined with the diagonal. And now we're watching her best of, the adagio at the bar. And she has also nice extension.
Yeah, no, she's a very, very accomplished young woman.
Yes.
And I'm curious because she's chosen the variation Tom from Heinz Spürli.
Yes.
And also a variation from Paquita. So I'll be curious to see how she will interpret those two works as well.
Yes.
But in general, I'm seeing a lot of the dancers from South Korea, they're very well trained, very, very disciplined, very clear.
And it will be a different edition this year because, of course, they don't have the coaching, so they have to learn the choreography, the contemporary variation by the videos that they had. So it will be a bit different, but I'm sure it will be very nice.
Yeah, no, and I hope it's been a great learning experience for all of them to prepare this. Yeah. And then coming up, we have our last candidate that we will introduce for today, following Cinthia, and next is number 120, and this is Hirako Saito from Japan. He is 16 years and 1 month old, and he's a student at the Osozawa Ballet Studio in Japan. So let's have a look at our last candidate for today.
Yes.
And we are watching Hiraku Saito from Japan. He's just moved from the bar into the center.
Yes.
And I think what's very different this year at the Prix de Lausanne, of course, normally the jury would observe them during the whole week. But this year, the actual marks will be given according to 1/3 for the classes that we're watching, 1/3 for their classical variation, and 1/3 for their contemporary on Friday. And then the top 20 pass onto Saturday into the finals, and the scores start at 0, and then it's 50-50 classical contemporary.
And the jury will review the videos of the finalists on Saturday.
Exactly.
Classical variation as well as contemporary variation.
Yep.
And Saturday evening we'll have our winners.
Exactly. And I think the criteria are really based on potential. There is no set number of, there must be a certain amount of women or men or juniors or seniors. It's purely as the jury feels they've seen the strongest potential.
Sure, of course, absolutely.
And we've been watching Hiraku Saito from Japan. And I have to say, that was a very hard class. He
Very
did
difficult class.
very difficult, but he's got stamina, he has power, he did...
We saw everything. We saw double cabriole, we saw tour en l'air finishing Araves, we saw entrelacé, grand jeté finishing one leg with balance.
Yeah. And
Manège, grand jeté manège, a lot of very difficult things from men.
yeah, no, but he's got stamina, he has power. And this was, he's really showed us the full range, the full vocabulary. So
Yes,
yeah.
very nice.
Very nice, yeah. And that was actually our final candidate of today here for the first day of the live streaming. So for all of our viewers, we hope you have enjoyed the day and getting to know the candidates. And then we will be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Swiss time.
Pour le
Cinthia?
public français, c'était notre dernier candidat de la journée. On reviendra demain, j'espère que ça vous a plu. On reviendra demain à 10h du matin pour notre live. Et maintenant, on va passer la parole à Cathy.
So stay tuned, as next up is 2 of the videos of our valued partner schools, the Royal Ballet School in London and the Canada's National Ballet School in Toronto. Then keep watching, as you will be able to see recent archives of our past competitions. And tomorrow morning, we will be back live at 10 a.m. Swiss time. See you tomorrow. À demain.